Okay, celebrate the last day of our new facilities here. Chris and his crew put up a nice flag and said, hey, we should sing the national anthem. So I'm very honored to have Kyle Johnson is going to sing for us. So if you would please rise, remove your headgear, face the flag. Kyle Johnson is going to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Kyle. Excellent job. Okay, we're ready to roll here on our final day of the Minnesota Youth Livestock Expo swine shows. Our first class will be Berkshire Barrows, weight 235 to 273. Okay, your judge for today is David Korb. David comes from Oxford, Ohio. He and his dad run a 70 sow herd out there consisting of hams, Yorks, Landrace, Stocks, and crossbreds. If you've paid attention to the swine breeding world the last few years, they've raised a few pretty outstanding boars the last 3-4 years. And he received his associate degree from Illinois Central in 2013, where he was part of the judging team under Grant Grebner. From there he transferred to Western Illinois, was on their team in 2014 and 15 under Mark Hogue and Miles Tanyas. And he graduated in 2015 with a degree in animal science. unlike Jeremy, who yesterday was his first time ever to Minnesota, David judged our FFA show at the State Fair the last 2 years, so if he looks familiar to some of you kids, that's where you've seen him. So let's give David a good hand and welcome him here to Jackson, Minnesota.
Good morning. Definitely glad to be here to get the chance to come out and sort again in Minnesota. I've been looking forward to this show for quite some time since I got the call a couple weeks ago. We start out the day in the Berkshire Division, and by no means is it an easy decision here on the top end, because we got two animals that are very different in terms of their type and kind. You got to make some judgment calls on whether this one's sound enough or this one's wide enough, and it just depends on where you want to lay your priorities. I guess for me, as I get right into them and just watch them come and watch them go, one of them for me just fits me better from a balance standpoint. They fit me better from just a boldness standpoint. That's the young man's Barrow right here. He's going to win this particular class. I'll be the first to tell you, I'd like to loosen him up off both ends of his skeleton. I guess in this particular class, he's just my favorite animal, and for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and use him. Young man's Barrow comes out here in second, and from the profile, this one is more agile in terms of his movement, in terms of his locomotion out of his hip and hind leg. At the same time, he's steeper out of his rump, and he wants to close up off both ends of his skeleton. If we could just open him up in his chest floor, open him up as he turns and goes, I could have maybe went ahead and used him to win this particular class. Animal comes out here in 3, and the young lady's got a nice pig, especially to get right on top of him. I like the shape in his back line. I like his ability to travel and go. Kick us up front. He closes up at his knees, and not more general about his head. Maybe just not quite as heavy duty as the 2 animals ahead of him in this class. Young man's Barrow comes out here next at 4, and I really like a lot of things about this Barrow. He's fresh up high. He's sound on the move. Maybe not quite as stout as some of them out here, and then obviously he's giving the young man fits out here. I'd like to just stout him up and give him a better look up front to allow him to compete with the 3 ahead of him in this class. Animal here in 5, another one that I like in terms of his just boldness and stoutness to the center portion of his body. He's an animal that's really wide and square when you get right in behind him. I read him straighter about his shoulder. I read him longer about his body. He's a notch lower at the point of his shoulder, and he's maybe just knuckling off that rear pastern just a little bit more than I'd like to see. Maybe not quite as fresh or just as stout as some of them ahead of him in this class. Animal comes out here in 6, and this one's got some shape and some dimension. Maybe just doesn't pattern and balance quite as well. Paul comes out here next, another one that's good looking from the profile, not the shape or the dimension. Same can be said with the animal that rounds out the class. Good kind of a barrel, just needs more power and shape to really compete within this particular class.
Okay, now we're ready for our second class of Berkshire Barrows. Weight 277 to 295. After that, we will tie our champion reserve Berkshire Barrows. You'll be receiving banners and check for both champion reserve. Thanks to the tremendous support. If you get a chance, look in your program. We have the contributors listed there. It's been tremendous response for our show. We can't thank them enough. Couldn't do it without them. Thanks to all that helped put this show on.
Well, second and final class, Berkshire Hogs here to work with, and the young man wins this class pretty handily, in my opinion. That Barrow's maybe not quite just the sexiest beast we've seen in this industry, but man, he does everything right. From a structure standpoint, he can get out and go. He's comfortable out of his shoulder, he's comfortable out of his hip, he comes at me wide, he leaves me wide. He's still got muscle in his back line, he's still big in his cage, and yet he still patterns and balances plenty good enough within this particular class. Animal here in second. Edges the Barrow there in third down just from a density standpoint. This one's got shape in his back. You get him behind him, he's got a big rear end that can flex and go. Up front, a notch straighter about his blade. He wants to close up in his knee ever so slightly. Animal comes down three. Incredibly presented, kind of a hog. Young man does a terrific job getting this one drove and stuck. And I love this one from the profile in terms of his head and neck carriage and his ability to travel out of his shoulder. He's still good in his forerib, and you get on top of him, he actually surprises you with some shape. Now, still not enough to go ahead and beat the two animals ahead of him within this class, but still more than I expected. You get him behind him is where he disappoints you. He wants to duck out of his hip, just needs more shape and power there in the seat of his pants. The animal comes here in four, and I thought 4 and 5 was a close decision. Young lady actually ends up with one that I like in terms of this one's stoutness and power. You get him behind it, it's got some dimension and some rib cage. Up front, a little more closed up his knee, not quite as attractive about his head and neck. Maybe just could use just a shot more jaw to help enhance that look up front. A good hog from a market hog fundamental standpoint. Animal in 5, another one that I like in terms of body shape, I like in terms of flexibility and look, of design. An animal, when we get right in front of him, same kind of story. Got to open him up just a touch. Just need to stouten him up about his jawline. Maybe just doesn't balance quite as good on the backside of his shoulder as well. Animal here next, another one that I like in terms of just his practicality to the center part of his body. He's an animal with some shape up high, just a notch more rigid out of his hip and hind leg. Got to fix him from a structure standpoint there. Same could be said with the animals on down the line here. A hog's got rib and body and power, maybe just don't quite balance good enough, or maybe not quite as good from a structure standpoint, but good animals to round out the class.
Okay, we'll now go ahead and select our champion Berkshire Barrow. Champion will receive a check for $200 and a banner. Reserve will get $100 and a banner. Thanks to all of the great sponsors that we've had here.
Let's put our hands together for your class winners and second places in the ring within the Berkshire division. We get them back out, and I think it comes down to the two of them pretty quick. And obviously, it's between your class winners, but I think I'm talking for both green and reserve here. I think there's some decisions to be made because maybe one of them's presented just a little bit better from a skin and hair standpoint, and from just getting them dialed in from a muscularity standpoint. There's another one that I think is just a better animal in terms of flexibility and comfort level out here. So it can get a little bit challenging. At the same time, just keeping the basics in mind, keeping the big picture in mind will help me make this decision a little bit easier. My heavyweight's my champion. Congratulations to that young man. I think for reserve, it comes down to just balance and stoutness. At the same time, just a uniform animal. Like I said, I think this one's maybe just dialed in just a little bit better than maybe what my champion was. I think his range of motion just limits him just a notch. I still think a very, very good animal. Young man's lightweight's going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, we'll now move on to our Chester White division. There are 5 entries, range in weight from 232 to 286 pounds.
Well, the one class of Chester's here, their numbers are a little bit short, but I think the quality here on the top end as far as our champion is extremely, extremely good. Young lady's going to win this particular breed, and congratulations to her. An animal that's big and stout. When you get right in behind him, he's still got a good look up front. It can flex and it can go. You know, he's maybe just a notch longer about his body and maybe not quite as elevated at the point of his shoulder, but I still think he's a very quality animal to go ahead and win this class or this division. Young man Sparrow here in second. Another one that can flex and go, has some muscle and some power when you get right in behind him. You know, maybe doesn't quite just balance or put things together quite as well as my champion. Maybe not quite as just comfortable in terms of his spine and the way his shoulder ties in. But I still think a very nice kind of an animal to be reserved. Young man comes out here at 3. This one is stout and he's tall-shouldered. I like those things about him. He's got muscle and power. He's just a notch straighter on both ends of his skeleton. He's a notch straighter about his shoulder. If he could get out of his shoulder and just go just a little more comfortably, I could consider him for reserve. Animal here in 4 is giving up quite a bit in terms of weight today, and I realize that, but I still think an animal that has some muscle out of the backside of his shoulder. He's a boxier, stouter kind of a hog in terms of his body shape and his back line. You know, at the ground, he's the frailest within this particular class. He's a little bit low about his shoulder, maybe not quite as comfortable out of his shoulder as well. Animal rounds out the class, got a big back laid in him, and he's a heavyweight, big cage kind of a barrow. For me, when we get right in behind him, get in the seat of his pants, there's just not quite enough freshness or muscularity to compete with the rest of them in this class. No, 11.
That brings us to our Duroc division, where we'll have 3 different classes. First class ranges from 220 to 271.
It's just what I ordered. Overcast, a little breeze. Grandma.
good class of reds here to work with, and I do think there's a logical place to start with the young man's barrel right here in the middle. I think this one combines the most good. He's the best as he comes at you, he's the best as he leaves, and yet he's still a functional barrel that gives me a good look from the side. You know, he's not perfect, and we could definitely stout him up about his bone work and maybe lay him back in his shoulder just a notch, but I still think in this particular class, he's the logical class winner to go ahead and work with. Got a little bit closer here between second and third, and for me, the young lady's barrel edges out my barrel here in 3. You get on top of him, he's extremely impressive in his back shape. He's got a stout head about him. Really impressive when you get right behind him with the size of his rear leg and his ability to cover ground and to be that wide square and his hip and his pin set up front. It closes up at the base of his knee, and if we could just spread him there and allow him to be that more comfortable out of his shoulder blade, we could run a long way with that Barrow's kind. Animal here in 4 and 3, and the young man, when we get him back out here, definitely improves his showmanship ability, and trust me, I really appreciate that. You're able to get that Barrow going just at a little bit faster speed. Great hip and hind leg on this particular hog, and he is just a nice shorter body than my second place Barrow. Up front, a little bit shorter, I shouldn't say shorter, he's a little bit, I guess, more upright in his blade, and it kind of compensates on his elbow and on his front foot. It just doesn't allow him to travel as comfortably out of his blade as I'd like him to be. Past that though, hog with some shape and some density and some stoutness, good kind of animal there in 3. Hog comes out next here in 4, and young man did a good job with this particular barrel, working his way up. You know, I guess right out of the gate, I didn't read him with just as much power and dimension as he needed, but I think from a build and skeleton and a look and balance standpoint, he worked his way up into 4. You get him behind him, and he actually impresses you there from stifle to stifle. Just when we get right into his cage, into his body, into his back, there's not as much as horsepower as my top 3. Animal in 4, good looking from the profile, got some shape up high, can flex and go out of his hip and hind leg. He's straighter about his blade as well. He's flatter about his forearm. He's a notch longer about his body as well. Animal rolls out next, and another one that's got some power and some density. Big cage, kind of a barrel, big back. I like those things about him. He's too straight about his blade. He's just a notch overdone in terms of his crest. I'd like to freshen that barrel up to move him up any higher. Animal comes out next, a fresh one within this particular class, and obviously giving up some pounds. Get him behind this barrel, you really like him for his stoutness and his boldness. You know, he's maybe wanting to roll just a little bit from behind, and then up front was closing his knee as well. Animal comes here next, an animal that does have some body and some flesh, a good structured hog, just needs more muscle in his back line. Animal that rolls out, again, a heavy structured hog, just needs more muscularity and stoutness and power up high. Animals on down the line. Good kind of a barrel, wasn't a bad one within this particular class, just need to balance and pattern just a notch better to get up any higher.
Here's our middle class of Durocs. Their range in weight from 273 to 289.
I didn't keep salt all along. Because they're so long. You got that right. Yeah, we need it. The way home got it. Well done.
Well, maybe not quite as deep as our last class, but I still think we got a pretty logical class winner. The young lady's kind of pale Barrow here in the center of the ring. I think that animal balances the best. He's the soundest within this class. He's the most consistent in terms of his width, and he's got the muscle advantage from a leanness standpoint within this drive. Young lady's Barrow comes out in second, and this one is just a notch bolder and denser through his the center part of his skeleton, through his bone work. Get behind that animal. He wants to close up at the ground, and he's maybe just not quite as comfortable out of his hip and hind leg as he needs to be. Animal comes out next here in three, and this one's got lots of shape and power when you get right in behind him. I love the shape to his back line. I like his look from the side front. We got to rearrange the way his blade sits into his body. If we do those things, we can maybe consider using that Barrow to win the class. Animal here in four, good body shape, stout, moderate kind of a Barrow. It's got some power up high. You know, he's one of the plainer headed ones within this class. Maybe not quite as comfortable on both ends of his skeleton. animal comes here next, really a heavy structured one. He's got a big front foot and a big form. He wants it to twist just a little bit, get a little softer up front, a little plainer in terms of his shape, maybe not quite as comfortable from behind as well. Animal rounds out next, really a productive stout white, kind of a Barrow. Doesn't have just the show ring ESTs or anything like that, but from a basic market hog standpoint, I like his boldness, I like his stoutness. We can maybe just make him more flexible to really compete. Animal here next, sound from the profile, just needs more muscle and power when you get him behind him. Same can be said with the animals that kind of roll out down the line. Animals that have some body, have some flesh, just need more muscle and balance to really compete.
We will.
Well, a few more pieces to work with in this particular class. And my judging coach in college, Mark Hogue, would call my class winner, he'd call him a breeding barrow. And I never truly understood what that meant until you actually step in the ring. And this young lady's barrow right here is the one I'm talking about. He's going to win the class. And the reason we would call this one a breeding barrow is because he is the best animal within this class. And he has so many unique pieces at the same time. He's just a notch bigger outline and longer bodied, and maybe doesn't quite fit the show barrow 280 pound just box that we like to put him in. At the same time, he's still the best animal, and that's why we use that term to go ahead and allow that animal to win. He's forward looking from the profile. He's got a great angle to his shoulder. He can flex and go all day long, and he's still got muscle when you step in behind him. Like we said, we'd like to downsize him his frame and just shorten him up just a notch to maybe fit a 280 pound spectrum, but at the same time, he's still the best animal within this class, and so he needs to win. Animal here in second has the muscle advantage and has the power advantage within this class. I like this dog in terms of his center body and his rib shape. He's a heavy bone kind of a barrel. He gets rounder out of his hip. He gets crestier at the top side of his neck. He's not quite as comfortable out of his shoulder, and for that reason, we leave him in second. Animal comes out in three. A good structure, good design kind of an animal. In terms of just a practical kind of a barrow, get on top of him. He's still got muscle. He's still comfortable out of his hip and hind leg. As he comes right at you, he doesn't have the horsepower my top two do, and for those reasons, we went ahead and left him in three. Animal here at four. Young lady does a very nice job driving this particular animal. He's got shape in his back. He's wide and square as he turns and goes. He doesn't blend and transition as smoothly from the top side of his neck into his shoulder. He's a little more pitch forward about his blade and maybe just not quite as comfortable up front. Animal in five. Killer looking from the profile. Young man does a very good job driving this specific barrow, and I like his look. I like his elevation. He wants to duck and kind of squat out of his hip, and he rolls his hock. Maybe not quite as just dense or stout as he comes right at you as well, but a good kind of a barrow from the profile. Animal rolls out here next and fresh up high. I like that about this particular barrow. Young man does a good job driving this animal. I like his presence from the side. He's a little bit more limited in terms of his range of motion off both ends of his skeleton. Animal rolls out next, stout and dense in terms of his body shape. Bone work maybe just doesn't match that upper mass up high. Gets a little bit rounder out of his hip, not as fresh in his back line. Animals down the line, good productive kind of a barrow. Just need to balance better, need to be better looking from a show ring perspective.
We're now ready to pick our grand champion, Duroc. We really want to thank the Minnesota Purebred Breeders for their donations. They're sponsoring multiple classes. They gave us a contribution of $1,500. We're asking for $350 for each breed, for $200 for the champion, $100 for reserve, and 2 banners. So we really want to thank the Minnesota Purebred Breeders for their donation. They'll be sponsoring multiple classes, as I said, and they're the sponsor of this class. So thank you to them.
Let's put our hands together for your class winning Red Hawk within the ring. Comes comes down to two of them for me pretty easily. They're on opposite ends of the spectrum, and it makes it tough when you got to decide quite like this. Do you want to pick just a fresh one that's maybe just a notch rounder about his body, maybe just a little bit stouter in terms of his muscularity, or do you want to pick the better structured animal that's maybe just a notch better looking, still has muscle but maybe just not quite as much, and like we said, on kind of the upper end of the frame size of what we'd like to pick. Gets close out here, and maybe sometimes I don't want to like just use this to set the example for the day, because sometimes you just got to work with what's in the ring, but at the same time you just got to pick the best animal. And so with that said, I think the best animal is the best structured animal. That's the bear out of last class. He's my champion red. Congratulations. We're dropping that second place Barrow and taking nothing away from him, because we talked him in class. He's bold and he's stout, maybe not quite as comfortable as another one out here. I thought the Barrow that pushed my champion was one that I really like in terms of his freshness. I thought I read him just a notch straighter about his blade, maybe not quite as comfortable out of his neck. That's what my champion is, but I still think a very, very nice kind of a Barrow. Young man's lightweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
We need the white Chevy pickup with the black trailer, license number ACCA, to move. We need to use that building as blocking the back of it. So if you have the white Chevy pickup with the black trailer, ACCA license plate, or you know who that is, please ask them to move it. That brings us to the Hampshires. They range in weight from 245 to 282.
Well, very, very good pair of Hampshire Barrows here on the top end, and I could go back and forth in my mind on what I want to do here. And I guess you're just going to stick with your guns in terms of consistent width and look and design, combined with that added flexibility. The animal that suits me best is a young man. He's going to win this particular division. I think an extremely high-headed kind of a barrow, and he's got shape in his back line. You know, he's still good in his body, still good in his rib, and he can flex and he can go. For me, he's a notch more refined about his head and his skull. He's more refined about his front leg, but I still think in this particular class, he's the best barrow, and he needs to win. The animal here in second is no doubt heavier structured and bolder and stouter in terms of his body design. I like this hog and his ability to travel out of his rear leg. You know, as you get up front, he's not as big in his chest, and he's not as attractive in terms of his head carriage. He's got a little bit more crest there on the top side of his neck, and quite honestly, he's not much bigger in terms of his forearm as well. Animal comes down in three, big back and stout, really big in terms of his body. I like those things about this particular barrow. It's more upright in his shoulder. He's too small in terms of his frame size. His rear bone doesn't match his upper mass. Animal here at four gives me a good look from the side, fresh in terms of his design. Nice balanced hog, too restricted off both ends of the skeleton to get up much higher. Hog comes out next, another one that's sound and functional and flexible, not just enough power as you get right in behind that particular animal. Hog here that rolls out, another one that's good in terms of his flexibility, just not enough bone and muscle and power. The animal that rounds out, good body shape in this particular barrow, and he is sound on his feet and legs, just not enough muscle up high, maybe gets a little bit straighter and more closed up at the ground as well.
That brings us to the Hereford division, range and weight from 220 to 300. I'm sure some of you got up early this morning like I did, and might be starting to stomach tell you that it's time to add some nutrition. One of the food stands is open, has coffee and mini donuts. So two of the major food groups. So if you want to head over there anytime, they do have some ready.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to.
we get into it here, and the young man right over here to my left is going to have your champion Hereford, and as you get right on top of him, he's got the most spread and shape. He balances the best from the profile. You know, he's not the overly wide one within the particular class, but I think just big picture, balance and design, he's the best one within this class. Young man works his tail off to get this one drove, and he is a notch better in terms of his body. He's a notch wider when you get in behind him. Maybe not presented quite as good as what my champion was, and maybe just from a structure standpoint, not as correct as well. I'd like to allow his hind leg to just flex and go just a notch more comfortably. We can set him back in his shoulder as well. Animal here in 3 works his way into 3 simply because he's the next fleshy one within this particular class. He's got the weight advantage and size advantage. He needs a whole lot more muscle if he's going to compete with the top 2. Animal here in 4 has got some shape and he got some balance, giving up quite a bit in terms of just weight and power in comparison to the animal there in 3. We need to just stout him up from a bone work standpoint as well. Up here at 5, one that I like in terms of his flesh and his body, you know, he's a real small frame down. We need to make him bigger in his frame size, make him more comfortable on his front foot. Up here next, one that's long body, just needs a whole lot more stoutness. He needs to be better out of his hip and hind leg. Animal that rounds out the class needs a whole lot more just growth and weight and just power to compete in this setting.
I didn't even see it.
That brings us to class number 9, the Poland Chinas, ranging weight 247 to 265.
Only 4 within this particular breed, but I still think we got some quality in terms of just muscularity and power. The young lady's Barrow going right across here is going to win this particular breed, and I like this hog from just a muscularity standpoint. Get up high on him. He's got shape out of the backside of his shoulder. He's still powerful as he comes. He's powerful as he goes. We can set him back on his shoulder and allow his rear leg to just flex and relax, but yet it's still in this particular class. He's the best in that area, and so therefore he goes ahead and wins this particular breed. Young man's Barrow right here in front of me is going to end up reserved, and one that again really wide, stout, and got shape and power. I thought his hind leg was maybe just a little bit worse than what my champion was. We got to relax his ankle, allow him to drive and flex more comfortably out of his hip and hind leg. It's a little bit closer here between 3 and 4, and ultimately they're both straight fronted, so the young lady's Barrow right over here is going to end up in 3. I think he has the muscularity standpoint. He's got the boldness and stoutness standpoint within this class, and so therefore he's going to end up in 3. Huck here in 4 is one that is maybe just a notch more flexible out of his rear leg. He gives up quite a bit in terms of muscle and power, and so therefore he ends up in 4.
Currently in the ring, we're judging our spots, range in weight from 240 to 280. We're going to do some more door prizes now. Our door prizes are sponsored by Relco, Biozyme, and Colton Showpigs. Thank you very much to them. Our first winner of a Vita Charge our first liquid boost goes to Jacob Winters. Congratulations. You're going to come up to the table here and get it at your convenience. You will then have a Vita Charge gel goes to Ryan Franz. Congratulations. Another liquid boost. Kayla Parati. Another Vita Charge to Darren Lynn. And another one, fixed row in the same trailer, goes to Elliot Christensen. A ticket punch to Wyatt Jan. Nice mug here goes to Malia Schroet. Another mug to Caitlin Taylor. And an appetite attack goes to Emma Sheedschlag.
We'll have one class of spots as well, but I think we got a very, very good top pair, and of that top pair, I think there's one that absolutely has to win a non-negotiable decision here. Young man's Barrow in the center of the ring wins this, and he balances, he's fresh, he's wide, he's square. I think just an awfully, awfully good spot, Barrow, to go ahead and win this drive. Young lady's Barrow here in second. Is dense and bold and stout up high, like all those things about him. He's got a big rear leg, and he's still comfortable out of it. You know, up front, maybe just not quite as relaxed in his shoulder blade. We need to elevate him at the point of his shoulder and just make him just a notch more youthful in terms of his head and neck carriage. But he's easily the next best animal within this particular class. Hawk comes out here in 3 and gives me a great look from the profile. I like this animal's elevation at the point of his shoulder, and he balances well. He's also a little bit straighter about his blade. You get in front of him, get behind him. He doesn't have to width like my top 2 do. Animal here comes out next in 4. It is an animal that is wide and stout. I like those things about this particular Barrow. You know, up front, he wants to get forward in his shoulder blade. He's smaller in terms of his frame size. He's bigger in his neck, just not quite as attractive up front. Animal here in 5 is another one that has a great look from the profile, just a little bit more restricted off both ends of his skeleton. Getting behind that hog, there's just not enough width there, but the young man did a good job working his tail off to get him drove. Hog here next, another one that I like in terms of his width and his muscle and his bone work. He kind of squats from behind. He's lowered the point of his shoulder, just needs to balance and be more youthful in terms of his appearance out front. Animal here next, another one that's got some boldness and some stoutness, just needs to be a notch more coordinated on the move and give me just a more shape and dimension when you're riding behind him. Animals on down the line, a good kind of a Barrow, just need to be more attractive from a show ring setting. Need to see a little bit more muscle in that last place animal as well.
That brings us to our last class of purebreds. Will be the Yorkshire division, our largest class of the purebred show. Range of weight from 237 to 300. Now how this is going to work, each breed will come back and show for the grand champion hog, competing for $5,000 at the end of the day. So don't forget to come back. Well, you will come back after the crossbred show. We'll have each of our division winners from the crossbred show, and each breed we'll want you to come back champion reserve when we're picking our champion hog at the end of the show. So keep that in mind. Aiden Koulis, you win a Vita Charge. Madison Simon, you also win a Vita Charge. Asher Heisey. Belange Peterson, you win a Liquid Boost. Nicholas Besky, you win a Shogun. Kaylee Nelson, you win a Vita Charge, or a Liquid Boost. Ben Simon, you win a Vita Charge. Bo Saffrey. Peyton Benda, you win a Vita Charge. Callie Nelson, you win a Liquid Boost.
Well, definitely not an easy class to put together out here, and I think, 5 deep, we could run them probably different ways. I think the animal that rises to the top for me is the young lady's Barrow right here in front of me, and I'll be the first to admit, he's probably not the most attractive or the most extreme, but he is the most correct, and he balances the best. He's the biggest in his rib. He's plenty fresh enough. I think just a good, solid animal to go ahead and start this particular class. Young man's York Barrow here in second. Does come with some problems. At the same time, he also comes with the most good within this particular setting of what's left remaining. Animal's got the most spread and shape up high. He's got the most muscle from behind. He's got the best look up front. His shoulder blade and the way it ties in needs to be fixed. I just thought he had the most next quality within this particular class. Animals here in 3 and 4 are very similar in terms of their type and kind. I thought the animal here in 3 just had a notch more bone and stoutness and power to him. We get right into him. I just need to see more muscularity in this particular hog, especially there in the seat of his pants. But I do think a flexible, comfortable animal that's got some structure and some power. Hog here in 4 keeps working his way up, and he gives up some pounds and he gives up some muscle within this class, but from a skeletal design standpoint, I thought he was awful good. He's flexible, he's comfortable, gives me a good look from the side. Just not quite. Young lady's Barrow here in 5 is another one that's got shape and he's got power and he worked his way up. Because of that, I like the stoutness to his head, off both ends of his skeleton. He gets more restricted in terms of his movement, gets a notch crestier at the top side of his neck. I'd like to just see him just a notch fresher in terms of his look today. Animal here in 5, young man does a good job working his way up on this particular barrow. And he is fresh back and he gives me a good look from the side. He's straighter about his blade. He's got that gland working in him, and from behind, I'd like to square him up as well. Hog rounds out the class here. Another one, young man did a very good job working his way up. He's got fresh shape at the top side of his skeleton, more pitch forward in his blade, and then from behind, hip and hind legs got to function and drive just a notch more comfortably.
We got Penn.
Just a reminder, we do not want any pickups and trailers driving out here where we're trying to drive pigs across. You need to wait till the end of the show to drive out in front here, because we got to get the pigs back and forth. We just don't want them to have metal pickups and trailers.
Well, good morning, everybody. Glad you can be here and join us for the first annual Minnesota Youth Livestock Expo. Just a little bit of background. This came together with an email that got started by Kent Thesey at the end of May. And a bunch of like-minded 4-H supporters got together for the first meeting in Fairmont, Martin County Fairgrounds, and we started organizing the Minnesota Youth Expo. So all this came together since really the 1st of June. And if you're not aware, the cattle, sheep, and goats are showing as we speak at the Martin County Fairgrounds. For us to pull this off, huge credit to Chris Green, Lynette, my sister, and the Warpagels for organizing this, and Claire and tons of other people that helped on the pork side. But one of the things that was required was a really professional show ring. So our county fair ended at the end of July, and between now and then, this whole show ring got poured concrete with these new gates completed in about 3 weeks, and Chris Green organized that. So with that, the total project was about $25,000, and we're having a pork feed right on the east side of the end of the show ring, pork burgers and chips, and we're recommending a donation of $8 a plate to help support paying off the completion of the new facilities we're working on. So with that, I think we're ready to move on to our last. So with that, thank you. Let's have a great show.
Okay, with that, as soon as our judge gets back, we're ready to move into our first class of crossbred market barrows. Those ones carded in at 220 to 223. Okay, here in the crossbreds, the judge, David Korb, will place the top half of the class, say back what he wants. The rest he's gonna tell the the exhibitors what he didn't like about their hog, some of the points, and then we'll let the top half out and he will place them. So that's what's happening now. He's letting his top half back out. We'll weigh back the ones he deems need to be weighed back and then place that top part of the class.
The young lady's belted Barrow right here behind me is going to win this particular class, and he has the advantage in terms of look and presence. He's the most comfortable on his front feet, and ultimately that's what allows him the edge over this Calico Barrow here in second. I like that Barrow in terms of his look, his shape, and his back line. Wish he relaxed his ankle just a little bit better, but I think a very good Barrow to start. Young lady's Barrow here in second has the flesh and has the bone advantage within this class. He's a great looking Barrow from the profile, just didn't read him quite as comfortable on his front feet, and I think if he moves better out of his front feet, his shoulder will go just a notch more comfortably, his hind leg will go just a notch more comfortably, but I like his presence, his boxy build, and just his stoutness to his center part of his body. Animal here in 3 is the stout one within the class, and I like his rib shape and I like his power. For me, I read him in this particular weight to just be a little too small frame, a little too quick about his neck and his length of hip, but I think a stout one to go in 3. Hawk here in 4, a very flexible kind of a Barrow that can get out and go. He's comfortable off both ends of his skeleton. He's not the stoutest about his head. I'd like to give him just more shape and power throughout, maybe fix him from a presentation standpoint as well. Animal there comes out in 5, is a notch stouter than the Barrow there in 4. Same kind of look and balance and design from the profile. Good body shape within this particular Barrow. Get him behind him. I'd like to square him up as he comes at you. Just needs to be bigger and squarer in his chest as well. Can see just a notch more just shape and power out of the backside of his shoulder as well. Huck here in 5 is one that's got a big caboose when you get right in behind him. He's got some shape from behind. You know, he wants to squat and get a little bit shorter and quicker out of his hip. Maybe not quite as comfortable out of his shoulder as well, when he can darken him up and fix him from a presentation standpoint as well. Animal that rounds out the class gives me a good look from the side. He's flexible, he's comfortable. He wants close up at his knees, not stout in terms of his feature. Just needs more horsepower to compete with the animals in this class.
Our second class of crossbreds range in weight from 225 to 229.
Always step up the quality within this particular class, and I got a little pin happy early there, and they started coming in and they kept coming at me. You know, we lose one to the scale, but I thought that top four was awfully good. We still got 3 quality animals represented in the ring. I think the animal that fits the weight and fits the freshness today is the young man's Barrow right here in front of me. He's going to win this particular class. He's got the biggest rear leg within this drive, and you get on top of him. I love his spread and his shape. He's the stoutest about his head and his jaw. Comes at me really true and square in his chest. He's big in his rib. You know, he's not out just the level his hip within this particular class, and that's maybe where I got a little critical on him, but I still think he's by far the best animal within this drive. Young Lady's Barrow here in second is one that I really like, and initially maybe didn't hit me quite as hard. I guess when you step off him and just analyze him in terms of his ability to cover ground, his ability to be big in his chest and big in his rib, and yet still level on his hip, I think is awfully good. You get him behind him, maybe he wants to twist ever so slightly. I think it's being awfully critical. He's maybe a little overfilled today in relation to his body and his weight. Maybe makes him just look a little bit smaller than he really needs to be. I like to stout him about his head as well. I still think a very good animal there in second. Home here in 3 gives me a great look from the profile. He's flexible and comfortable. He's square in his joints. I like to open him up in his chest floor. In comparison to my top 2, he's maybe a little bit rounder from behind, and then ultimately he's the frailest of the top 2, or the top 3. Home here in it comes out next. One that I really love in terms of his pattern and his balance from the profile. Animal can flex and go. Got a great shape to his back line. We get right in front of that particular barrel, and he's got to be better in his chest to get him up any higher. Huck comes out next. A good one in terms of muscularity and stoutness. Maybe not quite the proportions or the lines that we're looking for from a market hawk standpoint. Animal comes out here next. Good hip and high leg on this particular barrel. Good look from the profile. Need to stout him up about his head, make him just bolder and stouter in the center part of his body. Animal rounds out the class. One that I like in terms of his stoutness and look from the side, a little bit straighter about his blade. Needs to be opened up with more power and shape to compete.
Caston Clark, you win a big ticket, or ticket punch. John Roll, you win a Vita Chart. Kylie Meyer, you win a invited charge. Megan Lynn, you win an essential drive. Danica Stumpke, an on point. Corey Reynolds, you win a invited charge. Carson Kisner, you win a Shogun. Molly Kisner, you win a Liquid Boost. Brianna Petroriak, you win a invited charge. Addie Garcia, you win a Appetite Attack. Might have said this one already, but Molly Kisner, you win a invited charge Liquid Boost. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors for our door prizes and all of our things. It was just overwhelming, the support that we had on prizes at all levels.
Well, good class, interesting class, and maybe just not one that really just knocked your socks off, but at the same time, there's one that is very interesting in terms of his power and his dimension. Young lady's bear right here in the center ring is going to win this class, and you get on top of this guy, he exceeds the rest of the class in terms of freshness and boldness. Get him behind him, he's still square and flexible out of his hip when he's not fighting the whip. Up front, he's a notch straighter about his blade, and he kind of opens in his blade, but man, it's still square in his chest, and he still comes at you with power. I think an awfully good one to go ahead and start. Young man's Barrow here in second, a much more proportional and probably a better structured animal out of his shoulder. I like his balance and his design from the side. He's still good in terms of his body, he's still good in terms of his back. Maybe not quite as aggressive as our class winner, but I still think plenty good there. We get him behind him, we can stout him up, square him up, allow his hind leg to just drive and flex just a notch more comfortably. Animal here in three is a good kind of a pig, and maybe not just presented to a T out here, but I do think from just a good structured animal, I think he's a good livestock, I guess is the best way to put it. He's square and wide when you get him behind him. He's got muscle up high. He's good in terms of his depth of body, his length of body. Up front, he wants to roll forward in his blade just a notch more. And I think if that young man would get on that pig's head and get him drove like the rest of them, he might come together just a little bit better for us, so we can maybe consider him a little bit higher. Animal here in four, young man does a very good job driving this animal. I like his proportions from the side. His body shape's good, his muscularity is good, his look up front is very neat. I guess as we break him down, he wants to kind of collapse on his front pastern and get a little bit tighter movement out of his shoulder and out of his rear leg. He needs to just flex and go just a notch more comfortably for me to move him up much higher. Animal here, it's got some shape in his back. He's got a big upper hip. I like those things about him. He maybe just doesn't tie together quite as well out of his shoulder and his head and his neck. Maybe needs to come at me just a notch stronger and truer and square if we're going to talk him up much higher. Animal that comes next, got some shape and some dimension in his back line. I like that about this particular pig. His skin and hair is on point. You get him behind him, he's still square. Up front, gets straighter about his blade, closes up in his knee, gets a little bit shorter out of his hip as well. I'd like to intensify him in his bone work. Good kind of a Barrow comes out here in seven. Good balance and proportions from the side. We get him behind him. We need to squirt up where his hind leg sets onto his body. But I think it's just a good kind of a Barrow to be in seven. Animal reps out the class. Gives me a good look from the side. He's got some structure and some density to his hind leg. Hug for me, just flatter about his blade. He's narrower as he comes at you. Gets a little bit choppier in terms of his movement, but still good livestock to round out the class. quality class here to work with, and I really like my top three within this particular drive. They're all animals that are stout and dense and yet still have back shape and power. I think as you step off the animals and just analyze them on the go, there's one that combines look and a balance from a profile with some density and some body shape and some power. That's the young lady's Barrow here to my left. He's going to win. I think it's the most flexible out of his hip and his hind leg, and like I said, he's the boldest and densest in his rib cage and his body shape. You know, as he comes right at you, he maybe gets a little bit wide and where his shoulder blade sets, and he's kind of got a dish to his nose, maybe not as smoothest in his crest. I think in this particular class, he's the best Barrow, and he needs to win. Animal here in second. I got a great angle to his blade up front. He's a big chested hog that's really got a lot of shape in his back line. Great skin and hair on this particular hog. It still leaves me extremely true and square. He's not as athletic in terms of his range of motion from behind. He's not as big or as bold in the center portion of his rib cage, and for that reason he ends up in second. Hog comes out here in three, and I love the way this one comes at you, and his chest forward, and his blade. He's a hog that's really ditched out up high. You know, he's maybe a notch mature about his head. He's a notch steep and quick about his rump. Maybe didn't move quite as athletically out of his rear pastern and his ankle, but a big, broad, stout one up high that's got plenty of power coming and going. I like a lot of things about that animal. He just didn't pattern good enough to get over those top two. Animal comes out next here in four. It's a very comfortable, good pattern Barrow from the profile, and I like the way this one can flex and go. Maybe when you read him in the center part of his rib and about his head, he gives up quite a bit in terms of just feature and boldness and stoutness today. An animal that maybe just gets a little bit more there at the top side of his crest as well. I like to just stout that one up and then move him up any higher. The hog comes out here at five, has plenty of feature and stoutness and power. I really like a lot of things about this animal. He's a high-headed kind of a hog that's ditched out up high, gets a little wide stepping from behind, and then he gets a little bit flatter in his rib at the same time. That's not a good combination from a balance standpoint. Animal here at five, good body shape, good design in terms of just power up high. He's a little quick off both ends of his skeleton, a little bit round from behind. Animal rounds out the class here, a good black Barrow in terms of body shape and proportions from the side, maybe just not quite the muscularity or horsepower we see in some of the animals ahead of him in this class.
We'll now move on to Class 16 of crossbred barrows, 240 to 243 pounds. After Class 17, we will pick our Division 1 champion in reserve. So if you have a first or second in any of the crossbred classes that we've shown so far after 17, you need to be up the entry pins while we pick our champion reserve. just courtesy here, when the pigs are coming in the ring, once he is in and Judge Corb sees your pig, please stay on the opposite side of the ring so you're not impeding his view of the pigs coming out of the entry pens. Just a little courtesy deal here. He's seen your pig, he knows what it looks like, so just stay out of the way till all the pigs are in, and then you can drive all over.
One interesting pair here on the top end, and really the top three I thought were pretty good, and maybe not as much just logic within this particular class. And you know, it's one of those things where if you're sitting around ringside and you're not the owner of one or the other, you're gonna try to justify it your way, and you could be right. You know, if you're the owner of this barrel, you're gonna say this barrel is rolling from behind, he's kind of crashed up front. And if you're the owner of this barrel, you're gonna say that one's kind of weasel-headed and maybe a little frail, a little round from behind. And so I can justify it either way. I guess for me, I'm going to stand for structure and just comfort today and start with the young lady's Barrow here in the front to win. I think he's an extremely fresh one in terms of his shape up high. He's good in terms of his body cavity. And yeah, I think he's the most comfortable in the way his joint hits the ground and the way he can flex and drive out of his hip and hind leg. He'd be the first to tell you he's a little bit longer about his face. I'd like to stouten him up in his form. It's a little bit round and quick from behind, but I still think he's the better animal today. Young man's Barrow here in second. I like this one's boldness and body shape. He does a terrific job driving this particular barrel, and like we said, from behind, he's starting to roll. He's a little bit quicker in terms of his joint work from behind, and then up front, he can be more secure as well. Animal comes out here in three. It gives me a great look from the profile, and I love the stoutness to this one's head and the boldness to his front foot and just the kind of power that he has in terms of his bone work up front. He's maybe just a notch more closed up in his chest. He's straighter about his blade, and then he didn't have just the extra shape or the dimension that my top two do. Animal comes out here in four in a big chest and a great look from the profile. You know, this one doesn't catch a pin early because he can't function out of his hip and hind leg. If we fix him in that area, we could run him with the top three. Animal in five is one that's got a big back and a good look up front. You get him behind him and you get really disappointed because there's just not enough muscle there from stifle to stifle in his upper hip in order to compete with animals ahead of him in this class. Young man's got a nice pig, and I encourage you to get more aggressive on the show stick to get this one drove. I like the stoutness to his head. I like the back shape. Maybe it comes in a few more pieces, fighting the gland issue there. Animal rounds out the class. A good kind of a pig from a hip and hind leg standpoint. I like his pattern and his balance from the profile. He's flatter about his rib, and he wants to narrow up in his chest.
Okay, we have some trucks and trailers trying to get in here. We weren't going to wait until the end of the show to allow any pigs to leave, but we will let you, if you enter from the south, go along the west side of barn number 1 along the street and load in back. We cannot have anybody driving in front of the barns here where we're trying to have kids and pigs crossing. So, do not try and sneak in from the back where the campground is. Come in. We will let you leave, but come in from the south and go on the west side of barn 1 and then out on the north side through that gate by the campground.
What an incredibly deep class as we turn up the heat here, as we get into heavier weights, and I hope this is an indication of what's to come throughout the day, because it'll get real fun if they're going to all be like this class. I think a pretty easy class winner for me. I think this one fits my type and kind. Young ladies Barrow right here in front of me brings me an awfully neat one. To have that much extension up front, to be that kind of length of body with that kind of boldness and stoutness, you get in behind that hog, and he's very, very impressive. I think a very nice pig to go ahead and start. Young man's belted barrow on the far side is going to end up in second, and you step off that pig and quit comparing him to the barrow that wins the class, and man, that one's awfully good. He's comfortable up front. He's got a great head and neck. He's stout, and between his eyes, he's got a big chest for as he comes at you. Still good in terms of his rib cage. Still powerful when you get him behind him. Man, just runs into a monster there on the top end. I think a very good barrow to be in second. Hawk here in three. I love the way this one can just get out and go out of this one's shoulder blade. The angle to his shoulder is awesome. His rib cage is great. His length of body and proportions are extremely, extremely good. Maybe just didn't bring quite as much uniqueness to the table in terms of muscularity when we get right in behind him. He's maybe just a little bit pumpier, rounder in the way he is from stifle to stifle. I like to relax him in his rear ankle just a notch, but that's an awfully, awfully good barrow. Just a very, very tough class. Young lady, I didn't pin you right off the bat because you drove your pig directly behind me, and that's something we could work on in the future, maybe trying to keep your animal in front of the judge. I think, as we study your barrow, he's extremely dense in the center portion of his body, got a big rear leg, it can flex and go and square from behind. He too gets a little bit puffier there from stifle to stifle. He's lower at the point of his shoulder. He's not as much, he doesn't have as much just angle to his blade. He's not quite as attractive about his head and neck, but man, that's a very good barrow to go forth today. Hog here in five's got some shape and some balance from the side, got a big rear leg with a great look up front. He can't flex and go out of his hip and hind leg, and if he could, we could run him much higher, because there's a lot of things I like about this particular barrow, but he's got to be more comfortable from behind before we're going to get him up any higher. Same kind of story with the barrow that comes out next, and I love this pig's proportion from the side. Got a great look in terms of just his angles to his shoulder and the way his head comes out of his blade. He wants to close up in his chest, and then he needs to flex and go just a notch more comfortably from behind. Animal here is another one that I like in terms of this one's muscularity and stoutness and power. Hog maybe wants to hook up from behind just a notch differently. Gets a little bit wide in his elbow, not quite as comfortable out of his shoulder. Young man's barrow that rounds out the class just gets out horse within this particular division, and he looks like a smaller weight kind of a barrow, so I don't know if you messed up your weights or just didn't play it hard enough, but a comfortable barrow in terms of flexibility and body shape, gives up quite a bit in terms of just bone and true muscularity within this class, but a very, very deep class, nothing to hang your head on. You got a very nice barrow there to round out the class.
Okay, from class 12, we have a pig weight 223 pounds. Our class 13 winner, 227. Class 14, pig weight 230. Class 15 weighs in at 236. Next from 16 will be a 242 pounder. And from our class 17, pig weighs 246. These are the 6 pigs vying for your champion in Division 1.
Let's put our hands together for the class winners in this division. Certainly not an easy feat to reach this point, and there's a lot of quality in the ring, and yet I still think there's one that hit me like a ton of bricks when it came through the gate. He's my kind in terms of having that extra extension and look, and yet still packing all the extras. You know, Ladies Barrow, the last class, my champion. Congratulations.
Our second place pig in that class carded in at 244.
Well, we're going to pick a top 5 here, but this will be the last time I come to the mic in this division. It comes down to 2 of them, pretty easy for me, and then as you analyze them, I think one of them is just that much more in terms of boldness and stoutness, and I think he has the advantage in terms of his length of hip and his levelness of hip. Young man, second place is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Come back in.
a little bit.
Okay, if you're not busy with anything in the show right now, they do have pork burgers ready. If you listened to Brad talk earlier about all the proceeds from these burgers are going to help pay for the improvements in this judging arena. I came over here for a meeting probably either 2 or 3 weeks ago on a Thursday. They were pouring cement. Since the beginning of August, they poured the cement, built all these placing pens, all these entry pens, just did a phenomenal job. Chris Green kind of took the bull by the horns and spearheaded that project and really made a top-notch facility here. So just a free will donation. As soon as you're hungry, head on east of the judging arena here. I'm sure you can smell the smoke and have a pork burger. Help support the improvements of this building.
Well, not the easiest class to necessarily put together, but I think the quality is deep within this drive. For me, the one I feel comfortable using is the best structured animal within the class, and he's also the widest. That's the young man's Barrow over here on the fence. I think this animal opens up well in the base of his chest. He leaves me wide and square. You know, he's not very impressive when you get from behind, and just in terms of muscularity, but I think his body shape, I think his muscularity on the backside of his shoulder, combined with his look and presence from the profile, is what allows him to win this class. Young ladies, Barrow here, that spiker on the gate is one that I like in terms of his bone work and boldness, the center part of his rib cage and body. Gives me a good look from the profile. He's still square and powerful when you get him behind him. He's a notch straighter about his blade, and that's ultimately what gets him beat within this class. I'd like to freshen him up as well from a presentation standpoint. extremely fresh, presented animal comes out here in 3, and I like the look of this barrel from the profile. They got as much shape as they could in his back line. He gives up just too much in terms of bone work today. He gives up too much in terms of just muscle when you get right in behind him. Huck comes out next here in 4. And young man's got a very nice kind of a barrel, and from his 2/3 of the back half of this animal is awfully unique. He's got a big hip and a great high leg. He can flex and go. Great body shape in that particular hog with shape and power up high. Still got a good head and skull on that animal. You know, he never let that animal's head off, and I told him several times to quit hitting him under the chin, and he didn't listen. And I'm not trying to belittle you by any means, but I'm trying to make you improve. And if you don't listen to me when I'm trying to help you, it's hard for me to get you up any higher. So I hope you take that and you work on it for the future, because I think you had a nice pig. You just weren't able to get it shown within this class. Animal comes out in 5. You got shape up high and a killer look from the side, square and wide as he turns and goes. He's still got a big chest for it. He gets too rolled up forward in his shoulder blade, and he's just not comfortable enough in terms of his movement, but I do like that barrel shape and dimension and look today. Huck comes out here in a high-headed kind of a barrel. When you get off to the side of him, got a big rib cage laid in him. From behind, gets a little bit round, maybe not quite as square as it needs to be. Wants to close up at the base of his chest just a little bit more than I'd like to see. Animal that rounds out the class, got a big hip and a good look from the profile. Awesome head and skull on this particular barrel. Good center rib laid in this particular barrel. You get right in front of him, he just closes up too much in his chest, needs more power and dimension to get up any higher.
So that brings us to class 19.
Come on, Bradley. Here.
Weights 248 to 250. We still have some door prizes up here that haven't been picked up. We need Kaylee Nelson, Carson Kisner, Connor Domnoski, Brianna Petrowick, Molly Kisner, Danica Stampica, and Emma Seitschlick. Once again, after our judge's senior pick, try and keep him on the far end of the ring. You can even let him rest if you want, so he gets a good view of these coming in out of the entry pins. We had a key turned in that was found in the middle of the third barn. Looks like one for a house or a show box. So check before you leave. If you're missing the key to get in your house, we have it up here at the announcer table.
Well, good class, and by no question, young lady's Blue Barrett's got to win this class, and he exceeds the rest in terms of back shape and balance. He's the most flexible out of his hip and hind leg, and yet he's still the squarest in that regard. Still got extension up front. You know, he toes in just a notch up front. That's been pretty critical of a very good Barrow to go ahead and win. Young lady's Barrow's going to end up in second, and he's the fresher, bolder, stouter one within the pair of them. And quite honestly, he just lasted the drive just a notch better. He's able to just flex and go just a little bit more comfortably than the Barrow there that ends up in three. You know, this hog, when we get right in behind him, we can square him up in the way his joint sets into his body and just give him a notch more width, stifle to stifle, maybe pretty him up front just a little bit, but I still think a bold, stout, dense kind of a Barrow to go ahead in second. Hog comes out here in three, and I love this one's presence up front. He's got a great look and a great design. Still good in terms of his body shape. You know, he just gets gassed on the young man, and he's not able to function and move out of his hip, and he gets a little bit stiff in that regard. He flexes his hock, but he doesn't move his hip, and I guess when we get right down to it, he's maybe just didn't have quite the feature that my second place Barrow had. Animal comes out in four, and this one can flex and go all day. He's big and broad in his upper hip, can get out and drive out of his hock. As he comes right at you, he's got some chest width, got some power. He gets a notch more general in his front end and his look up front. If we could give him just a notch more show pick presence, we can move him a little bit higher. Animal comes out in five, and I love the look when we get off to the side of this particular Barrow. He can flex, he can go. He's got shape in his back line. Huck comes out and he just disappoints. He's more closed up at the base of his chest. Just doesn't have the horsepower that some of them had within this class. Young lady's black one's got a big cage and a big hind leg. He can flex and go up front, too closed up at the base of his knee to get up any higher. Young man's Barrow rounds out the class, got plenty of muscle, got plenty of power. Actually works against him as he gets a little too round and quick out of his hip and hind leg. Got to square him up just a notch as we get in behind him.
Okay, we're currently have class 20 coming into the ring. That's pigs that weigh between 251 and 254. We're going to judge class 20, class 21, class 22, class 23, pick our division 2, top 5. Then we're going to take a half-hour break. Judge to get a little something to eat and sit down a minute, and then we will go into our class 3. So we'll announce the time after we do our division, but we are going to take a half-hour break. And if you have nothing to do before that, we sure invite you to go over and have a pork burger or two that they're grilling right east of the judging arena over here.
sure.
real logical place to start is the young lady's blue Barrow here to my right, and one that I really like in terms of his flexibility and his density. Got a great head and neck on this particular Barrow, got a big front foot, just a very, very complete, correct kind of a pig. Kind of like maybe make him just a notch bigger in terms of his frame size today, and every once in a while he's maybe just a little unstable out of his hip and hind leg, but I think a very logical, very easy place to start in this particular class. Young man's Barrow works his way up into second, and he does so because he does a good job driving him. I like this hog in terms of his boldness to his body and his flexibility. Obviously, he's got a flat tire up front, and that's limiting him within this class, but it's just his balance, his width, and his look that allows him to work his way into second. Hog here in 3 is an interesting one because he's got a stout head, he's got a good rib cage and a good back laid in him. Comes at me really strong and true, and then his chest floor almost has too much set to his hock, and he wants to toss him just a little bit more east and west than I'd like to see. I'd like to just calm this pig down as well and then freshen him up if we want to get him up any higher. Animal comes out in 4, and by far the ugliest colored, ugliest eared one we'll probably see today. Past that, you read the animal, good body shape, good muscularity up high. He gets a little bit tighter off both ends of his skeleton. He's maybe just a little bit plainer on the top side of his neck, but it's his width and boldness and stoutness that allows him to work his way into 4. Hawk here, it comes out in 5. Is one that I like in terms of this one's look and his pattern from the profile. Got a great hip and hind leg within this hog, got a sharp head up high. As he comes right at you, he's too close up in the base of his chest. Young lady's Barrow comes out next, and this one's got some muscularity, got some power and some width. The pieces just don't match. He's a notch longer about his body. He's a little bit crestier the top side of his neck. Needs to be filled up there in his rib cage and center body a little bit more. Young man's Barrow rounds out class, got some muscle, got some look, a little bit of a busted up hock here today. He needs to be sounder to get up any higher.
Class 21, they range in weight from 255 to 258.
There goes contact. That's a good idea.
We've already entered the ring. Try and stay on the east side so we get a good view of the ones coming out of the entry pens. He's already seen your pig. He'll find it if he needs it. Once we get them all in, then you can use the whole ring. anybody lost their phone in the ladies' bathroom, we have it up here at the table.
I guess as a show judge, sometimes we can be overly positive, and trust me, I try to be positive on the mic, and if you know me, you know I'm not a positive person, and so it can be challenging, and I will tell you right here in this class, it's a challenge. There's maybe not just a great one in this class, but I do think there is a logical class winner, and that's the young lady's Barrow. He's going to win for me, and you get right on top of him. He's the one with shape in his back. He's the one with a rib cage. He's the one that's still square and wide as he turns to go. He's not the prettiest thing we've seen today, but I do think he is the logical class winner. Gets a little bit more challenging here between a second and third, and ultimately I land on the young man's Barrow over here to my left because I think his skeleton's better. He's more flexible on the go. He's a sounder made kind of a Barrow. You know, his head doesn't tie into his neck real pretty. He's not the biggest in terms of his cage, and he definitely doesn't have enough muscle going away, but he is the next best pig within this class. Huck comes out here in 3, and this one gives me a good look from the side, and I like that about this pig, and you get on top of him, he does have some shape on the backside of his shoulder, though. From a structure standpoint, up front, he wants to close up at his knee, and then from behind, he needs to hinge and flex and be more secure in the way his joint sets into his body. Young lady's Barrow comes out in 4, and this one has some shape and some muscle up high. He's good in the center portion of his rib. He's a little harder on his flank. He's a little rounder out of his hip. His hind leg needs to be square, and he's come at me bolder and wider in his chest floor as well. young lady works her tail off to try to get this one drove, and this is a good practical kind of a barrow that's got some width and some bone, a little bit straighter about his blade. He needs a lot more muscle to compete. Animals here at 6 and 7 are both hogs that have some shape and have some muscle. Both need to be wider, bolder, stouter, and bigger bodies in order to compete. Good class here to work with. Young man's Barrow wins this class for me, and I love the way this one comes out of the gate. He's got an eye like a racehorse, and the young man can drive him like one, and he's got the wheels to do it. Big in his chest, he's wide, square as he turns and goes. He's got muscularity. He's just not maybe freaky in a few areas like some we've seen, but a very correct, solid, complete kind of a barrow. Job well done to that young man on driving a very good barrow the way I like him. The young lady's kind of double crinkled up barrow here is one that I really like in terms of his muscularity and his look from the profile. Big hind leg on this particular barrow. He gets a little bit rounder out of his hip. He's not as bold or broad in the center part of his rib. As my class winner, I'd like that young lady to speed him up and get him drove just a little bit better if he wants to compete with the young man's barrow that wins. Hog here in 3 is big, broad, and bold, and I like those things about this hog. He's comfortable in terms of his movement and the angle to his shoulder, on top of him, and his crest is maybe just peeking up a little bit more than I'd like to see from behind, maybe a little bit puffy from stifle to stifle. Animal here is one that is very flexible and comfortable in terms of his movement. Got a great hip and hind leg on this hog, and the young man does a very good job driving this animal. As he comes right at you, you think, man, that one's done. That one's not going to have enough out there, and then you get him behind him, and there's plenty. It just needs to come at me just a notch stronger if we're going to get him up any higher. Young man's black barrow comes out next. Good looking from the profile and flexible and comfortable. He's got muscle in his back line. Like I says, that barrow comes right at me. We need to open him up in his chest floor. We need to see just more rib and outer turn there right on the back of his shoulder to get him up much higher. Elk here is another one that has some boldness and some power. I like the muscularity and the back shape in this particular hog, and the young lady does a very good job driving him. I like for him to use his hock more comfortably and just allow him to flex so it give him a bigger foot as you get him behind him. He too is maybe just a little bit puffy when we get right in behind him. Animal rounds out the class, got a great shape to his back line, got a good hip and hind leg in that hog. It's a little bit harder about his body, a little more fragile about his head. If he comes right at you, we need to make him wider.
Class 23 is coming in the ring. So after these pigs are all in the ring, we need you to bring those first and second place winners up from all the classes in Division 2. Get ready to tie our Grand Champion Division 2. After that, we will take about a half-hour break for lunch.
Young lady's belted Barrow right here in front of me. He's going to win this class for me, and I'd be the first to tell you he needs to flex and go better out of his hip and hind leg. But you pass that, he's just the best animal within this class. He's the broadest in his back, he's the best in his rib, he's the best in his chest. He balances and gives me the best design from the profile. He just outhorses the rest of them with the combination of the balance today. Young lady's Blue Barrow works his way up for me because he's flexible and he's correct. You know, he's not overwhelming in any one area, but he is a good design, kind of an animal that just really doesn't have a major problem to him. I'd like to open him up in his chest and just give him more form and power as he comes right at you for me to go ahead and feel comfortable using him to win the class, but he's still a solid second place animal within this drive. Hog here in 3 comes in the most pieces, but he's the next best in terms of back line and just power and squareness as he goes away. You know, he wants to kind of just waddle a little bit more out of his hip, and then he's a little bit plainer about his jowl, gets a little bit softer on his front pastern. If we can put all the pieces together, I think that'd be a very good animal, just not quite the balance I'm looking for today. Hog here comes out in 4, very correct, very complete, just lacking too much in terms of muscle and bone today. If we could just stout him up and just give him more power as you get right in behind him, we can maybe move him up just a notch. Young man's Tamworth looking hog comes out next, and I do like this Barrow from the profile. He's good in terms of his body shape. He's got a good hip and hind leg. He needs more muscle on the top side of the skeleton. He needs to come at me with more power and dimension as he drives right at you. Young man's Blue hog works his way up because he's got more muscle and stoutness and power than the young lady's Barrow that rounds out the class. He's round in his shoulder, he's round in his neck, he's too round from behind. We just need to level him out and allow him to be just better in terms of his muscularity to get up any higher. Hog rounds out the class, gives me a good look from the profile. You get behind him, get in front of him. He needs to be wider, bolder, and stouter in order to compete. Let's put our hands together for all the exhibitors in this division. We get them back out here, and I'm not going to lie to you and say it was a very deep division, because it certainly wasn't. But at the same time, we get some of these out here, and they certainly fit in the mix, because I think the top end is still very, very good. It comes down to two of them, in my opinion, and then as you get right into them, one of them just eats the other. Young lady's blue one's my champion. Congratulations. We get him back out here, and there's another one out here that I really like in terms of his ability to cover ground and do it so effortlessly. Very, very good in terms of his body shape, just a very complete, correct kind of a pig. You know, he's not freaky anywhere, but that's all right. I think in this division, he fits very, very well. I mean, it's belted up right here is reserved. Congratulations.
That concludes Division 2. We're going to take a half-hour break now, so we'll be back at 12:45. We'd like that next class. That'll be class 24 in the holding area at 12:45. As we talked about, they're serving pork burgers just east of the judging arena. All proceeds go to help pay for the improvements here in the swine barn, so we sure encourage you to go over there and partake of their fare and give to the free will offering.
It's not so bad when you got this specifically. Real adamant about it. Do you want to stay here?
You got any barrels? You sure already?
Calls me. You should be doing that. Like,
I'm done. The one that just went for Bethany, she'll go again. Third overall. You're gonna go get a horse for
4. Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, we're just about ready to get going here in our last division. Just a couple reminders. Remember to clean out your pens before you go. And when you are done showing, we are letting you load and leave, but we don't want any driving between the judging arena and the barn. So you have to go on the west side of the barn one and then go around on the north side there and exit the gate in the northeast corner. Just a reminder, exhibitors, after you've entered the ring and Judge Corb's had a chance to look at your pig, just kind of let him hang out on the east side, just a courtesy to, so he can see the rest of them coming in. As soon as they're all in, then you can have at it.
We'll take a quick lunch there. We come back and we're firing at him. Young lady's Barrow right here in front of me is going to win, and I love the way this one comes at me and the way he opens up in his chest. He's a high-headed kind of a hog that's really ditched out in his back. Still great in terms of his body shape. Got a big rear leg that can flex and work. If we're going to nitpick on this hog, he's a little over-conditioned for my liking, especially as you get right in behind him and just read him there in the seat of his pants. Can maybe get a little bit sloppier than I'd like to see. Young lady's a black Barrow comes out here in second, and this is an elevated Barrow that's very comfortable on his feet and legs, and an animal that's square coming and going. May not have the extras in terms of just bulk or density today, but one that I like from a feet and leg standpoint. He's got enough muscle to go ahead and be in second. Animal comes down at 3, and this is the best presented animal within this class. He's the best fed, and in terms of body shape, he's the best in terms of his back line up front. He gets a little twisted out in his shoulder, and it's limiting his motion, and from behind we could square him up just a notch more, but man, that one's slick looking from the side and presented to a T. Animal comes out next here in 4, and young man works his butt off to get this one drove, and I love this hog from the profile in terms of his look and his balance from the side. Got a big rear leg that can flex and work, and still got shape as you get in behind him up front. He's too closed up at the base of his chest to get up any higher. Animal comes out next, and I like the feet and legs of this particular hog. Young lady looks like she's having a great time showing her animal today. Like I said, the feet and legs hog that does have a little bit of width. We get right to that hog. He needs more muscle, product, and power to really move up any higher. Another one that profiles very well in terms of just balance from the side, good rear leg on this animal. Get in front of him. There's just not enough horsepower there. Need to see more muscle in his back to move up any higher. Good product-driven kind of a Barrow comes out next. Good in the center body. He's flexible out of his hind leg. Need to see more muscle as I get in behind that particular Barrow to get him up any higher. The Barrow that rounds out the class. Another one that's good belly, good body. Got a good hind leg in him in terms of flexibility. We got some swelling in his joints, and then I'd like to see just more muscle in that hog all the way through. Well, again, a good class of barrows here, and the young man's solid black barrow that's going to win this particular class, and that one's extremely bold and extremely dense. Comes at you extremely wide in the base of his chest. You get him behind him, and he certainly doesn't disappoint. I'd like to see him just catch another gear and get that pig moving just a little bit quicker, because I think he can handle it really well. I like that pig a great deal to go ahead and win. Young man's barrow here in seconds, maybe a stouter-headed kind of a barrow, like with a big rear leg. You get behind that hog, and he's great in terms of his upper hip and his pin set and his squareness going away. Up front, he's too straight about his blade, must close up in his knee ever so slightly. Those are the differences that sort the pair. Young man's hog comes out here next, and maybe just not the prettiest fronted barrow or the biggest form on a barrow we've seen today, but a great rib cage, a good balance, and a good hip and hind leg that can flex and go. I thought when we got him behind him between 3 and 4, he had more shape and power, and that's why he worked away into 3. Young lady does a very good job driving and presenting this animal here in 3, because he's kind of a nut job. I like this hog in terms of his look from the side. You get him to his back, and he does crease up well on the back side of his shoulder. You get him behind him, there's just not enough hog there. He wants to kind of just knuckle up on his rear pastern as well. Animal comes out at 5, extremely stout, wide, and powerful. I like that about this particular little over condition. He's really starting to crease up in his sides. He's a little greasy there in the seat of his pants. If we could burn some of that fat down, I think he'd handle his hind leg just a notch more comfortably as well. Hog here next, really shapely, really powerful, a lot of width, a lot of power. Gets a little too straight about his blade, not quite as comfortable in terms of his movement today. Young man's barrow that rounds out the class is one that I like when you get right in behind him, because he flexes and goes out of his hip and hind leg, got shape up high. He's a little bit hard about his body. He's kind of big about his neck. Just doesn't quite balance good enough within this particular class. Well, not an easy task to go ahead and sort these top three because you could roll with any three of them and justify it. I start with the young man's belted barrel here, closest to me to win this particular class, and I think he just balances the best in the profile. He's got the most look up front. He's the widest and squarest going away. He's still athletic out of his hip and hind leg. He's not the freshest on the back side of his shoulder, and he certainly doesn't come at you as true or square as he needs to. But I think in this particular class, he's the best balanced barrel, and so therefore he's going to go ahead and win this class. Gets a little bit closer here between second and third, and the young man right here is working a little harder, and he's going to edge out the black barrel for second. And a hawk that I like in terms of his width as he comes and goes. He's big in his cage. He's fresh in terms of his back line. And he just balances better from the profile. He's got a better set to his shoulder from behind. I like to see him with just more muscle and power, and he's really starting to hammer his hind leg a little bit harder than I like to see. If we could just get this young man fired up just a little bit more to get this pig drove and get his head up, we could maybe justify using this pig, because when he does get his head up every now and then, that hog will really come together and balance well. I like his width and his squareness as he comes and goes. He's a hog with some shape up high. When he lets his head down, that hog gets pretty round in his top and round in his shoulder, and it just doesn't look like a show pig out here. Young man does a terrific job driving this animal here in fourth, and he's got him dialed in from a skin and hair perspective, and one that I like in terms of his look from the profile. He's an extremely sound animal, just needs a whole lot more muscle when we get right in behind him before we're going to move him up any higher. Animal comes here in 5, and young man does a nice job with this hog, and he kind of tucks his elbow underneath him a little bit as he comes at you. He's lowered the point of his shoulder. We need to freshen him up from a muscle and skin and hair perspective. Animal comes here next, and another one that's got some shape and some power. He gets a little off on the back side of his shoulder. Animal that rounds out the class. Good productive kind of a barrow in terms of a hog having some muscle. Goes too straight about his blade, not quite as fresh as he needs to be today.
That was a practice for it. Let's go.
A good class here to work with, and the young man's Barrow right over here is going to win this class, and he does so based on his quality of hip and hind leg, body shape, and balance within this drive. I'll be the first to admit that his skin and hair needs to be a lot better, and he's probably the worst within this particular class, but yet he's still the best animal. I like his look up front. He still opens up well in his chest. I think just a very solid, complete kind of an animal to go ahead and win this class. Young man's Barrow here in second is one that really surprises you when you get right behind him, you get right in front of him, because he opens up so well at the base of his chest, and is really powerful at the top side of his skeleton. An animal for me though, he's maybe just a notch longer about his body, gets a little bit harsher there, and then from behind he needs to flex and drive just a notch more comfortably before I feel comfortable putting him up any higher than where he's at. Hulk here comes out next, really pliable and bold in the center portion of his body. He's got a great roll to his upper rib. Get behind him, he's still broad and stout. Gets a little bit softer on those rear pasterns, and it kind of throws him off balance in terms of his ability to travel and remain comfortable in his movement. We could peel down his neck just a notch more as well. Animal comes out next here at 4, and I like the back shape and the balance on this particular Barrow. You get right in behind him, he's got some width and some muscle. Up front, he's too straight about his blade. Animal comes out next on a Hulk that's got some boldness and got some stoutness. As he comes right at you, he's big in his shoulder and out in his elbow, wants close up in his knee, but I like the ability to drive and flex and to have that kind of shape and power within this particular class. Young man's other black Barrow's a good-looking one from the profile, awesome skin and hair on this particular hog. Young man does a very good job driving this particular animal. He balances well. You get right in behind him. There's just not enough muscle to really compete. Hulk comes here next, and again, young man does a terrific job driving him, and I really appreciate your ability to get into one and get him stuck. Hulk's got some rib, he's got some body, he's got some look. We get him behind him, he's just a notch sloppy there in the seat of his pants, pushing just a little bit too much cover on him. I'd like to see him just freshened up just a notch. Young lady's black head rounds out the class. Sound, flexible, it can go all day. Needs more power and muscle to compete with the animals ahead of him in this class. those classes that, depending on your relationship with the owner or the way you're tied in with a certain pig will determine how you think they should be placed, because I can justify any three of those. I don't think there's necessarily just one way. You got to do it, but at the same time, I'm the man on the microphone, and therefore I have to make a decision. The animal that suits me best in terms of his width, coming and going, and in terms of his chest floor, his comfort level out here, and still having enough shape in his back, is the young man's Barrow right over here. He's going to win this particular class. Be the first to tell you, he needs a bigger rear leg, he needs to be up on his pasterns, but he also comes at me a notch truer and square than my second place animal. Huck here in second is an interesting one, because from the side, you really got to like a lot of things about him. He's elevated at the point of his shoulder. He's got a nice turn to his loin edge. Got a big rear leg that can work and flex. For me, up front, he wants to roll on the outside of his toe. It needs to be more open up in his chest, and then from behind, he's a little bit rounder than I'd like to see. Animal comes out here next to N3, and this is the one that I liked out of the gate because he had a stout head. He's got a big shoulder blade, a big cage, a hard back. You get behind him, and he's the best in terms of his power of pin set and hind leg drive. Up front, he closes up too much in the base of his knee, and then he fights the young man into the corner. Had no choice but to put you third. Huck comes out next in a good pig. It's just in terms of being a good body one that can flex out of his hip and hind leg. As he comes right at you, he's not nearly as powerful or as bold in his shoulder blade or his forearm as some of them ahead of him. Same story with the animal that comes next. A solid, complete kind of a Barrow. Good back shape in this hog. Get behind him. A good hip and hind leg in this pig. As he comes right at you, he's the most general within this particular class. Animal here next, another one that I like in terms of his body shape and stoutness and bone work. Young man does a good job working hard to get this one drove. He's got to be square off his rear too for me to get him up any higher. Young man's Barrow that rounds out the class. Great look from the side, flexible and comfortable out of his shoulder. He's the narrowest in his chest, and then from behind, he's got to be square as well.
We're now at class 29, the last individual class of the day, 289 to 300 pounds. After this class, we will tie our Division 3 champion and top 5. So if you were first or second in any of the classes in Division 3, be making your way up to the entry pens as soon as these are all in the ring. Once again, remember to clean out your pens before you go. Okay, as we are on the last individual class of the day, after this we'll need our first and seconds back to go ahead and pick our top 5 in Division 3. After that, we'll need our first and seconds from each class in Division 3 to pick our top 5 for Division 3. After that, we will pick our top crossbred champion. So we'll need our top 5 from each division to come back when we do that. And after that, we'll pick our grand champion Barrow of the show, or we'll want our champion reserve from each of our purebred classes and our top 5 crossbreds.
Good class here, and there's a logical class winner in the young ladies Barrow right over here to go ahead and win, and he just overwhelms the rest of the class. And boldness and density and width, I think, are just a real nice, complete, practical kind of about. Still got to look up front. I'd encourage that young lady to speed that thing up and get them drove like you want to win, because I think that one does have a shot in this division when we get them back out here. The decision for me was always between second and third, and both these hogs are very similar in terms of their type and kind. They're driven similar, they're presented similar, and then that makes it tough. When we get right in behind them, both of them need tweaked, and just an area, for me, the animal that's just a notch more comfortable today is the young lady's kind of Tamworth looking one here in front of me. I like his balance, I like his design. You know, he's maybe not as aggressive in terms of his muscle in comparison to my third place animal, but he handles his rear joint just a notch more comfortably. Hog here in 3 is extremely stout and dense and shapely, like all those things about him. Comes at me really strong, really true in his chest floor and the stoutness to his head. You get him behind him, and he's got a hock just busted up a little bit too much for me. He's starting to throw it in the ground just a little bit harder than it needs to be. Hog comes out in 4, big forearm, big front foot within this particular barrel. Like those things about that particular hog, we get off of him. He's the harder gutted one within the drive, and then from behind, he needs squared up as well. Young man's kind of calico one comes in 5, and great skin and hair, and a great look from the profile. Got a big stout head on, big bones, and they work and they go in the right direction. When we get right into them, there's just not enough muscle there on the backside of his shoulder or in the seat of his pants to move up any higher. Young lady's Barrow comes out here next, and this hog does have plenty of shape and plenty of muscle. That's what I like about this animal. He's not the prettiest in terms of his pattern from the profile. We can allow him to get out of his shoulder just a notch smoother as well. Young man's Barrow that rounds out the class, got a nice barrel from the profile, and an animal that can flex and drive out of his rear leg. Just needs a whole lot more to him to compete with the animals ahead of him in this class.
At this time, we're picking our champion Division 3 hog, and we'll finish with our top 5. Then we need the top 5 from the light division and middle division, divisions 1 and 2, and 3 stay, and we'll pick our top 5 crossbred market hogs.
Well, as you can tell, certainly not an easy decision here on the top end. And before we get into picking you division champion, let's put our hands together for this division winners. Comes down to two of them in my mind, and I spent some time studying them, and I've gone back and forth, and I can tell you as they grab the mic, I'm still not necessarily 100% sure which way I want to go. And I'm typically a quick trigger kind of guy. I usually have my mind made up, but I think it's very, very close. And it makes it hard because the animals are just a notch different in terms of their type and kind. I think both of them from the profile are very, very good in terms of their lines. I think both of them, when you get in behind them, are broad and stout up high with a big rib cage. One of them comes at me just a notch bolder and stouter in his forearm. He's got a real good head on him. He's more extended up front, but at the same time, when we get right in behind him, he's maybe just a little bit quicker in the way his bones tie together and in the way his joint works in him. And so, man, that makes you question things. And at the same time, there's maybe a safer option out here that can flex and can go, but not the extremes in terms of chest and power and dimension. Go back and forth all day long. For me, I'm just going to pick the one I like. Young man's black one over here is my grand. Congrats. Well, we drop out that second place Barrow within that class, and that's a good hog in his own right. Maybe just a notch straighter about his play. There was another one out here I thought was in contention. I thought a very, very good kind of a Barrow. Maybe just didn't have the extremes it takes to get to the next level, but nonetheless, very, very good animal. Young ladies, heavyweight is going to be my reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, we're now ready to tie our champion crossbred Barrow. Out of the first division, we have a Barrow weight 246. Our middle division champion was 249.
Let's put our hands together for all your division winners out here. Ultimately, I know how important this decision is because you know we're going to bring these up against all the pures later on here, and we're going to pick a top 10 for you here today in the crosses. But I just got done telling the photographers I wasn't necessarily sure what I was going to do, and I guess there's one out here when he came out of the ring for the very first time. I didn't waste too much time going ahead and putting that one in a scale and making him sit in the pen a little bit. He comes right back out and he hits me just as hard. Young ladies, lightweights, my champion. Congratulations. When we drop in that reserve in that division, and man, he comes out. He's big in his chest. He's got a great head and neck, one that can get out and wheel. And I do think it gets a little bit closer out here because maybe he isn't just as bold or as stout as the other ones out here. But we start breaking down structure. I think it's pretty easy. He's the next best one. Congratulations. Well, this will be the last time I come to the mic in this heat here, and man, it gets a lot harder when we drop in that third place in that class. In the same situation, we bring in that Barrow, and he is so correct, he's so complete. Maybe didn't have all the ESTs that my other ones did, but as you start breaking down structure and comparing back and forth of what you like, the animal that suits me next best is third overall in that division. Congratulations to her.
Okay, while we're waiting on a pig here, we're going to probably go 10 deep here in the crossbreds because we do a top 10 overall against the purebred. So we still got a couple to pick. And then we'll want all of the purebred champion reserves up here also. We'll let them out to pick our grand champion market hog today, showing for a check for $5,000. Reserve $4,000, then 3, then 2. We're paying a top 10. Thanks to the generous donations of everybody you see listed in here. I think added money we're paying for champions division and over all those things totals around $42,000. Thanks to generous donations. I can't imagine us ever being able to put something like that together again. So thank you to all of the people that donated, made this such a great event. While we're finishing this up, I just want to take the opportunity to say how much fun it was to work with our swine committee. As Brad said, we met for the first time back, I think it was the last Wednesday in May. Jim Nesseth called me about 1:30 and said, hey, there's a meeting in Fairmont at 3. I went and boy, has it been a joy. If ever, any of you have ever put a show on, usually you have a place to have the show and a name, but we actually started from scratch. That first meeting, we didn't even know what we were going to call it. So we have started from that, and I think it's been a fantastic 4 days over here at the Jackson County Fairgrounds. And I just want to take an opportunity to recognize the people who have been on our committee. Everybody's pulled together and done a great job. Todd Kramer, Tim Wagner, Jeff Kurt, Emily Wagner, myself, Brad and Meg Frecking, Brent and Julie Vorpagel, Lynette Frecking. Everybody really pulled together and did tremendous work. If you're not up here, we need those purebreds. And I said, it's really been fun working with this group. I think the show went, I think I don't have to worry now anymore that somebody's going to walk in and say, no, that's it, you're not having a show. The worries, just a couple of people on the committee I think really need to be recognized. Jessica Mulder put the COVID plan together. She's our works with the Jackson County Fair Board, of which she's a member, really gone out of the way to help us with a lot of things. I really want to recognize two of the people on our committee, though, that have really put in a lot of work. Lynette Frecking, let's give her a big hand. She was here until 2:30 while Chris was helping her, and Julie's on too, put together programs on Thursday night. And she's done a lot of correspondence and the other one I want to recognize is sitting next to me, Julie Vorpagel. She's that first night she took it upon herself to design our emblem that we have on our shirt. She came back with 4 at our second meeting we voted on. She did the Facebook page. She did the web page. She's put in many, many countless hours. She's been sitting here pounding on the computer for the last couple days. Let's give her, Lynette, Jessica, and everybody on the page a big hand. I couldn't be more happy with how this show went, and I just think it couldn't have gone much better. Some others I want to thank. The Empire Photography crew has been here for 3 days taking pictures. I'm sure they're going to have some great shots for you kids to have for a memory. And I hope you get a chance to thank all the people that helped you get here. In fact, we had a meeting at last spring wondering what we're going to do with the pigs without being able to feed Paley. Well, that's the least of our worries right now. So we are really happy with how this went off. I think with that, we're ready to tie our grand champion, Barrow, showing for $5,000 from the first class. Can we have the Berkshire? Okay, let's have our grand champion, Berkshire. Let's give him a good hand. Next, we'll have our champion, Chester White. And congratulations to our champion, Duroc. Next, we will need our Hampshire champion. Then we'll move to our Hereford champion. Here comes our Poland champion. We'll move into our spot champion. And a big hand for our Yorkshire. Then from the other side of the ring, we'll have our grand champion, Crossbred. Yes. One last time before he names our champion, let's give a big round of applause to David Corr of Oxford, Ohio, judging our show today. Thanks, David.
Let's park them real quick here, guys. I won't give you any big speech or anything like that, but I want to say a couple words before we get right into it. Well, if that's not a sign, I don't know what is, but we'll keep this quick. First order of business, my ring crew, everybody in this ring, thank you very much. Let's give them a nice big round of applause for making this show extremely smooth. Makes my job a lot easier when you got good people helping in the ring, and we never slowed down one bit today, so thank you very much for that. People running in the back, getting animals called in, guys on the mic, people in the computer, everybody behind the scenes. Let's give them a nice round of applause as well. Obviously, 2020 is a different year. It's not like any other year that I can remember. And I know I'm not very old, and I'm not going to preach to you guys, but it's a strange world we live in, and it gets worse by the day. And it's nice to step in the ring and find some normalcy with the people that are around ringside and the people that are in the ring. I can tell you that, like this show, many others across the country are popping up, and I've been to several of them. I've judged a few, and I can tell you that it's not an easy thing to put together. It takes sponsorship, it takes volunteers, and it takes a lot of time. And I can tell you, kids, parents, everybody sitting around ringside, we need to make sure that we take the time. That if we're not the ones stepping in the ring and helping volunteer or doing whatever we need to do or sponsoring the show, that we take the time and we thank those people that help put this show on. If we could, for the sponsors, for the people running the show, one huge round of applause for putting this together for the kids. Every time I get the chance to judge a hump show, and I did your FFA show the last couple of years, so you probably heard it already. I tell the kids one thing, and I tell them to go home and to thank the people that brought them here, and I still think that is as true as it ever will be. Especially nowadays, because it takes a team effort, it takes a lot of work, so make sure you go home and thank the people that brought you here, because it's not an easy thing to get into this ring right here, right now. The last thing I'm going to leave you with, and then I'll shut up and I'll quit talking, I'll pick you a champion, because I know that's what you guys are here to do. But I tell the kids, and I've said it before, make sure you're following your dreams. Don't let anybody else pick what you want to do with your life or anything like that. Follow what you love to do, and life will be gravy. Because I can tell you, and I tell the story, driving up Bunker Hill Road, I was probably 6, 7, 8 years old. My parents asked me, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And I told them I was going to be a pig judge, and I was going to raise pigs for a living. And they told me, they said, "Hey, that's not something many people do. You should probably pick a different occupation, that can provide you some financial stability." And I can tell you that right now, at this day and at this time, for a living, I judge pig shows and I raise pigs for a living. And I can tell you, I don't make a whole lot of money because my dad likes to keep it all. But at the same time, I live a life. I get to travel the country. I get to do what I love. And I can tell you that, this is that. I won't be that long again, because it'll probably shut off on me. Thanks for having me out. It's been an enjoyable experience, and this is probably the best show I've judged today. And so for that, I'm very thankful for the opportunities. It's been a heck of a show. I'm very proud of my champions and this lineup I'm about to put together. Again, thank you for having me. I'll shut up now and I'll go pick your reserve.
Your grand champion is Olivia Morpango, Reserve Gardagan. Congratulations. we're gonna pick a top 10. So as the pig is picked, we'll bring the next one in that division out. Champion pig will receive a check for $5,000, reserve $4,000. We'll work on down, I think, just outstanding prize money.
Have every
Yes. Nicole Kozalik, 3rd overall. Congratulations. Carson Schneekloth, congratulations. Sydney Rishas, next. Kate Frecking, congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that completes our hog show. Thank you, everybody that participated, helped in any way. Load out. Once the pigs are all back, we can start using the sides and the ends to load out of. We'd like you to come in from the south and exit that northeast gate after you're loaded, so we're not fighting directions here. Please be patient and clean your pens. We haven't written the checks yet, so clean your pens.